how's it going, everybody? Jeannie, Ace, Coco. How are my two favorite Canadians doing? Shh, don't tell the other Canadians. Do we have other Canadians? I feel like it's just you two. Yeah, I feel like it's just the three of us that are Canadians. We gotta band together, guys. How's everyone doing today? Oh, let me fix my camera real quick. There. Okay. Hopefully now there will be no delay. No delay. Coffee! How's it going, man? Here I am. No, you gotta mix the words around, Coffee Cup, so you can be a nerd like us. You gotta go, I am here. You guys get the reference. Yeah, there we go, Ace. Never fear, I am here. I love All Might. He's such a nice. Now he's just a nice old dude, you know. The retirement phase is doing well for him. It suits him. I just watched the first MHA movie, and man, what a great All Might content. Oh, right? Wait, which one's the first movie? I've seen one of the movies. I've seen the one where, like, Deku and All Might go to that super high-tech city, and they have to fight together. That's the one I saw. Where, like, Deku has, like, that red band around his arm. If that's the one you're talking about, yeah, that was good. That was a great movie. I loved it. I loved it, man. The Uraraka and Deku moments. Oh, my heart. So cute. They're so adorable. Also, I love that, like, All Might invited Deku and took him there personally, and then just, like, everyone else in their class showed up. Like, oh, I'm also here. Why are you also here? All Might's ex? Wait, what? No. It was just his friend. Although, if you put it that way, All Might has a lot of exes. First Night Eye, and now this guy. Wow, he doesn't last well, if anyone, does he? We've been passing around, waiting for Strem to start. I got an important phone call like 5 minutes before. Oh my god, of course, right before it starts. Who else has that? Jeannie has that. Jeannie always gets calls when we're on stream. I hope it was a good phone call though, if it's important. I don't like phone calls. I'd rather message someone or text them. I hate when I have to call someone or call my bank or something. I don't like calling. It's not my thing. Luckily, now that I'm in Argentina, I can't call most places. But yeah, not my forte. Genie Coffee, yeah, they're important like that, man. Could you imagine being important? SMH, not me, man, not me, not me. The only phone calls I get are from scammers and my mom, and that's it. Luckily. What do you mean? Yeah, luckily. Yeah, right, Ace? Hell yeah. You know it. You know. Good love. That's my favorite. Boo, 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 boo. I checked my voicemail the other day and I had 6 voicemails, all from the same scammer. No. BB Trainer. Ace BB. I love it. Yeah, oh god. I'm glad I changed my number because I was getting so many scam phone calls. Being like, this is an important message. You have so and so until your personal numbers are expired. You have to make sure you call this number. And it's a robot. It's like, dude, stop. You really think someone's gonna buy this? Bruh. No. Enough, please. I've watched videos of like people scamming scammers, and just the audacity the scammers have to try to get money from people. Like it's awful. Like one guy like made his voice sound like an old lady to try to trick him, and he was like screaming at him trying to get this old lady to give him money or like credit card stuff. Oh, it's just, people are awful, man. People are awful. Boo doo boo. I feel like today we might actually finish this chapter in Phoenix. I feel like we're close. I don't think there's any more investigating to do. I think we're like on trial and this is it. Where the people will like hack the scammers and tell them that, yeah, oh my god, the panic they have in their voice. Oh my god, crazy, man. I sometimes like to do that as well, not to that extent, but like people will like message me and be like, hey, wanna hook up, go to this website, and I'll be like, no. Or like I'll find the website underneath. I found like the website's owned by, like, is this you? They're like, haha, from website, yes, you funny, go to hell. I'm like, okay. Little drastic. I was just pointing out that you were scamming me. I wasn't trying to offend. Maybe do a better job next time. Oh, that escalated. Yeah, it escalated. My favorite story, I know I told it on stream before. My favorite story is when a random guy on Snapchat added me, sent me a picture of him topless and be like, we had fun at the party last night. I'm telling it really quickly because I know I said it before. And I was like, sorry, I think you got the wrong account. He's like, oh, maybe the guy I'm talking to now is even more attractive. And I'm like, sorry, dude, I don't swing that way. And he was like, oh, do you want my sister's Snapchat? Like, what? Dude, just give it a break, man. No one's gonna believe. He's like, swear to God, man, you're lost. I'm like, dude, no one. Good for you for like trying really hard to like get me to fall for it. But like, dude, no one gives their sister's Snapchat to someone. It's so stupid. I was dying. Scammers usually are offended when you call them out and don't fall for it. They're so stupid. They're being so dumb though. Like, they have to know how fake they're being, right? Oh, scammers, man, unbelievable. They're dogs. Like, how do they think they're being so good? Like, would they themselves fall for the things they're saying? It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, probably jump into it. Oh, that's so very loud. Yeet. Part 4 to, yeah, this is definitely the last part. We got this. We're putting Furry Tiger in jail. Assuming he's the one who killed. Dunning-Kruger effect? I've never heard of that. Let me take a guess at what it is though. It's when you would fall for something or you're oblivious to other things that like you do yourself. Kinda. Am I close? Am I close? When you were too stupid to know you were stupid. Oh, I know a lot of people under the Dunning-Kruger effect. Wow, damn. Damn, Daniel. A cognitive bias whereby people with limited knowledge or competence in a given intellectual or social domain greatly overestimate their own knowledge or competence in that domain. Oh, I'm just thinking of that entire paragraph. Just made me think of everyone I worked with at PetSmart. Not everyone, 80% of them. So dumb. They think they're like super on top of everything. They're like, dude, no, nothing you just said makes sense. You're just trying to be a boss. It's gross.
So, we're finally gonna see the tiger on stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick.
And I wish I could agree.
Huh?
When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But God, I picked up on it, remember?
That puppy face. I want to punch him.
He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth.
You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying?
I don't know, but if that's the lineup the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're gonna need.
Hey, pal!
Detective Gumshoe!
Yo, Ken! Thanks so much for the resub, man. I really appreciate it, dude. Hot men the game. You're half right. I mean, there are a lot of attractive guys in this game, but there are a lot that aren't attractive. Looking at you, Dr. Hottie.
What are you so jumping about, Detective? You're here standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot.
Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, all right?
I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up. Arrgh!
No kidding.
You're gonna have something you need to do, pal. Anything.
Well,
Hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints to analyze for you if you got an hour.
An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then.
But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right?
True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour.
You bet.
In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me?
Oh, God. On what? The small bottle? That has to be it. Oh, we never gave the wieners back to, what's her name? Yeah, it has to be the ear medicine.
If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this?
Oh, hey, that's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right?
Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints ought to belong to.
Sure thing, pal. Actually, I've been going at me too.
Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe.
Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
Yeah, no promises, buddy. No promises. Ken, you're rubbing off on me, dude. We were watching Daredevil last night, and someone said in a sentence, just Among Us, and I went, oh, Among Us. I'm like, no. I felt so ashamed of myself.
This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess.
It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys.
Like, it was just an instant wave of, oh, I don't like myself. The court will now reconvene. Mr. Goddard, did you find this furry tiger? As you think about me. Oh, Ken. Of course I do, man. Of course. I think about all you guys and how you keep me up at night, tormenting me. Beaver Bussy and all that. I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem.
To tame him? The guy's name may be Furry Tiger, but come on.
He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Ew. I feel like I'd get rabies if he bit me. Very well. Please show Mr. Tiger to the stand. Rawr. Witness, please state your name and occupation for. Rawr.
Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there is room for me down there too.
What you do me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest, I didn't say nothing.
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge?
I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me to this hole? Was it you, Spiky? Why is there a tiger sound effect every time he talks? Why?
Yuck, no, of course not. It was the
The judge! He left! The judge flew!
Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Oh, where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on the proceedings as normal.
That's it. We're doomed.
Because he's El Tigre. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. Okay. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Grr. Oh, he's met his match.
Too cool.
Don't let him get the better of you, Nick.
Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mass boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I've got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony. Judge! Please. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Yup. Phoenix Wright.
Ah?
Used D1 who set this up, didn't you? You're gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear that, what I'm saying?
Nope. Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today.
Get a grip, Nick.
Can everyone please get out from under the tables?
I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in the office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tender Lender every single day. Who's wanna check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
Ah, at last I found my pen. I mean, my bravery. Very... What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that.
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'ma bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. I do think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with Tiger.
I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side, and he'll buy everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. What?
just better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose the penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Oh, boy.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under the door already, would you, Maya?
You know what I just thought of? These characters are all kind of like the Wizard of Oz. The judge is absolutely the lion, the scared lion. Maya is the scarecrow who wants a brain. Edgeworth is the tin robot who wants a heart. And Phoenix is Dorothy, obviously. Boo boo boo. So I can't press it. Hold on, let me save. I can't press on things. Ugh, what's up, Coffee Cuts, man? I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from every single day. You just want to check my alibi. Just ask Violetta. Okay. That's not how it works? How what works? You mean like the you can only press on some things? Do you have anything to show he wasn't tied up in December? Where is medical bills? I was tied up with business in December last year. Oh. December 3rd, the day of the incident, there was a note saying, meet with the tiger. Maybe this? Nope. I can already tell that's not it. Okay, yeah. Obviously, Coffee Cups. I mean, look, he's scary. The judge can do what he wants. He wants to change the laws. Can I press?
I don't buy that you haven't heard of the incident that occurred at Tribulations. You got a big mouth, right? You trying to say I was in on some mob here? Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof then? Evidence, yes, well... For an attorney to make an accusation in court, he must have evidence. That's from loan shark to lawyer, a beginner's guide, yeah?
Ah, I see you're the studious type, Mr. Tiger. Very good. Huh. Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, Trey?
Grr, what should I do?
Press harder.
What you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
This is a dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules. Damn it. Pressing a witness without evidence to back up your attack is prohibited. As I said earlier, the court will impose a penalty for such behavior. Well...
Ouch, the pain.
So I can just press normally then. Okay. Tied up with business. We just made up.
Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know? You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
That seemed like a rather sketchy schedule.
Grr.
God damn it, Judge.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So, now what?
Well, we know on December 3rd he had a meeting with him. Oh, wait, when was the murder? What day was the murder? Do we know? Press harder? Oh, come on. Oh?
No! It's essential that we establish the witness' alibi accurately.
I agree!
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day, too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats who wanted to do business with me. I had never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Goddard, if you could please. Mr. Tiger, the court asked you to add that last statement to their testimony.
Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him for yourself. Be a man. You must be swift as a coursing river.
The day you was talking about, I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before. Well, that's falsy-walsy. We have evidence that you know him. With this calendar.
Mr. Tiger, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elk, but it appears that Mr. Elk knew you. What? Mr. Elk left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the Tiger, and the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tiger, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elk, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Ha ha ha. Not bad news, actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing around with you to see how good you were.
Oh, don't give me that.
Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad.
That's one compliment I can't do without. I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
You just calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing?
You just said you lied. Ruh-roh! Judge, are you Scooby-Doo? Ruh-roh! So, you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth.
Huh. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. Oh my god. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tiger. Oh, yes! Would you mind indulging the court witness?
He never actually met the victim. That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy.
Do. Alright.
No, I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though, who wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy in my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never ever even been to that Tribulations joint, you hear?
Yeah, no, he's not, Ken. No, he's not. Do tell that to Geekster, though, for us. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Grr.
It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the night. Let me save my game. I never even met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. Instead of a meeting with the guy at my office, the tender lender. Does it say that? Nah, it doesn't say where they're meeting. But he never showed. Never been at Tribulations joint. Use here. Never? Never, ever, ever? Oh! Oh! Ha ha ha! We have this. What? No! It contradicts it! It contradicts it! Let's just press on it then, I guess?
Never? Not even once? Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee, capiche?
You think he really didn't meet Glen Elk?
Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing.
So you mean that whole testimony he just gave was a lie?
Of course. So we can't afford to give him time to think of ways to plug the leaks in it. I've got to nail him while I still can.
What? Okay, I guess I'll press on everything.
And yet, your name was written on the victim's calendar. Get that horse calendar out of my face. I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine. Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast.
No! The witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence. Not that they ever would. Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate. Oh my god, yeah. Phoenix ate the necklace, the bottle or something.
Anyway, if you had never met the victim before, how do you explain this note he left?
Okay.
That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the day he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed. Oh, yeah, maybe he's right. Whatever it was, he was going down at the beginning of December. So you did meet Mr. Elk then? Hey, right, you might want to cool your jets a sec.
What? So then, but you met before then.
Then you met before. So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then? Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk with my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bags you ever saw in there. Not exactly a professional office you've got there, you know. So you were in your office on the day in question.
Okay.
He didn't show up?
Huh. What do you think, Trite? Let's see. How does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? There's a punchline in there somewhere.
And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations. What you trying to pin me on me here? Why don't you just come down to my office? We can chat about this thing on my way, yeah? I got the best punching bags you ever saw in there. No need. I'm good, thanks. Listen up. I ain't got nothing more to say except this.
Damn it. Okay, well, what do we... Never met Glen Elk before. What can... Okay, let me save. Let me start throwing stuff at him. Never met Glen Elk. Never met Glen Elk, okay? What? But, okay, what do I have? Ugh. Oh! The matches were found at... Okay, I forgot I had that. Never been to Tribulations, but we have matches that were at your office.
Mr. Tiger, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? if you've really never been into Tribulations before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me.
Order! Well, witness! I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you?
Rawr!
Sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me!
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go on back on what I say. But, okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elk that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have.
Ba-ba-bum. Look at the size of that gold chain. Like, that's not like a normal necklace. That's thick. That's not a necklace chain. That's an actual metal chain you hook things up to.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
A likely story. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it! If I wait around any longer, I ain't never gonna make the normal express.
Well, then stop lying.
No more stupid questions.
No problem. What? Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Goddard, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. Oh my God, stop.
The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know since you's paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here?
Alright, so we can't press on anything. So you were supposed to meet him at the restaurant, you big fat liar! I saw an ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. You heard the cop sirens on your way out, and I went straight back to my office. Let's save. That first one. The first one. Oops.
So the meeting wasn't due to take place at the 10-11 at all then? The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you've ever seen if there are any issues. Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Tribulations.
You're going over old ground again, Trite.
Sorry.
No, you just earned yourself a penalty. Now suck it down. Don't tell me to suck it down. You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it. Jesus Christ, guys.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Okay. That was a little too on the nose. I know I like to make jokes and poke at things, but that was a little too on the dot for my likes. That was yeah. No, I never thought I'd hear the judge say, "You will suck it down and you will like it." That was Jesus Christ. Maybe the judge isn't such a sub as I thought he was. My God. Okay, when I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. Laid out over the table. Okay, I don't know what not to press on. I saw one ugly scene.
An ugly scene? What do you mean?
What?
But
Don't you dare tell me to suck it down. I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty tray, or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney, ashen. Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright. Oh my God, guys. Clearly everyone wants to be Phoenix's dad. Apparently.
I guess I shouldn't have pressed him on that.
Guess I'm gonna make that special expression after all. Okay.
You mean you saw Glenn Elk's dead body?
I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat.
And what time was this?
I don't know.
Huh?
You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker, but if you were supposed to meet him there, you know what time it is. Out of interest, Mr. Tiger, what winds you up the second most?
Huh?
What do you think? Square watches.
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I needed to know was that something bad was going down in that place. Okay.
So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then?
The Tiger's a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation.
So, when exactly did you pick up the matches?
There were matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home.
Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry.
Everyone know cats carry pocket watches. SMH, well-known fact, man. This has to be the one then.
You went straight to the back? You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did?
What you trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't never been guilty of nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this. Okay, stop with the swallowing.
The courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
It seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning. No! No!
How about a penalty for those 2 jokers and the garbage they keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. I've got to come right back at him with a contradiction. Be careful what you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized, okay?
Okay, so it's probably one of these 2. Do I have anything to contradict that? Domestic cats carry them in the pocket of their waistcoat. I don't know where wild cats carry their pocket watch. They're wild. $1 million of... Okay, Weenie's radio show. Oh yeah, this was there. But now he has it. That has to be something. just checking to see if there's anything else. Maybe you can't see him from just the entrance? Maybe? When you go fair in the woods, could you report back on where wildcats carry their pocket watches? I will find out this by No! Genie, don't go wild in the woods. Don't go feral. Have some faith in civilization, please. Just a smidge, just a smidge. At least until we get to Canada. Then we can all go feral together. I also cast know when to start bothering the humans for dinner. Exactly. You're dead on the money, copycats. Like, you go to court for this, you'd win. But Glum said so. Glum says a lot of things. That doesn't mean everything she says you have to do. Don't go fair in the woods, Genie. Don't do it. Glum is the heartbreaking officer here. In what ranking? I'm gonna try this. Cause you can't see it from the door. I'm gonna try it at least. Ha!
You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tiger? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. What? And no one can escape the Phoenix's clutches. And I think it's time we got something straight.
What's this, Trey? A new line of irrelevant questioning?
These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tiger. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area like this.
Indeed. The witness would have a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. No, unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
I imagine they don't all keep them in the same place. They are domestic. They aren't domestic. They just keep them wherever they want. I mean, true, they are wild. They don't abide by any laws. Why? That's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here.
Ew, he's sweating. Ew, he's gross.
So, from the entrance of Très Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Objection!
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table.
Double wrong, but the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Al, but a fake.
What?
In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as a victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? Drippy! My math teacher just had a Switch OLED sitting on his desk all pretty. I share that information. Well, thanks for that info, Drippy. Your math teacher makes more money than I do. Unshockingly. You say the killer murdered Glenn L. and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Miss Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the courts. Boop, 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 doo, doo. It was. Okay, I know it was her, but I think they want me to say it was Furry Tiger.
Obviously, the killer is Furry Tiger. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness.
Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dares you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts?
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tiger. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You's got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, please do not leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Got It!
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time.
I never thought Phoenix would hide under the table, too.
The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Oh! Yes! It was the waitress who put...
Very impressive, Mr. Got It! Waiting for my absence to launch your attack.
I found your pen at last, Trite.
It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenelg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenelg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? Imposter among us?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And no one used her for fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? It was the Kardashians. Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Kardashian. She's an employer of the tender lender.
He's making a big mistake. Do you know Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick! But where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following.
Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had a kind of a cackling laugh.
The hee kind of laugh?
There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There is only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furry Tiger, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Witness? Well, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You got it all wrapped up nice, alright. But you miss out one real important thing. But that can't be! I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you hear?
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tiger? Huh. What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Ugh. Indeed! Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Dum dum dum. One second, I gotta have some water to clear my throat. For those of you who play Pokemon Arceus, how is the new update? I obviously haven't beaten the game yet, so I haven't gotten a chance to do those new outbreak things, but what's it like? Is there more and like better endgame content now? More than I expected. Really? It's pretty good? Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Good. I was scared once I like completed the game there wouldn't be much more to do. That's awesome. Hell yeah. It didn't look like much from the trailer. Just like there would be like more outbreaks, but I trust in the Drippy. I do follow Drippyism.
Yeah, I loaned L cash about $100,000. That day we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
No! I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elk was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you've got the vig. You've got the vig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. If I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no cause. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it?
There's no penalty system this time, hopefully? Hopefully!
Did he have any way of paying the loan back? The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him.
Help him? You?
I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win, but the guy kept losing. So you are helping him for his sake or yours? Win through compromise. You tell me, I help you. What's the difference, huh? I don't believe this.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max.
Thanks a lot, Maya. So, how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day?
I feel confident loaning Phoenix money. I don't think he'd do anything really stupid. It's Maya I wouldn't want to loan money to. God, I wouldn't loan her $1.
What you think? The whole package, $100,000 including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world, that's all you gotta know.
And how many times had Mr. L been late with his repayments?
Once. And how much was he supposed to pay you back every month? $50.
Sounds like Mr. L was in a real sticky spot.
The student loans for law school. Oh my god. I don't want to. Student loans from theater school was enough. I don't want to imagine law school.
Yeah, at $50 a month. He never paid that huge loan off. So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. How much did he have left on his debt? You want it in round figures? About $100,000. That's the whole amount.
We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet.
What? You're telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Eld.
That guy was smooth, I tells you, real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
The tender tiger.
Was that because the guy won the lottery? It was his last chance at a big win.
And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question.
That's it.
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it. I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it.
Okay.
Was there anyone else in this restaurant at the time? I don't remember. If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month.
Oh my god. Please don't.
Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola were all there at that time.
So, the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning.
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? The underlying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you've ever had. That's what defines a true gambler.
He makes it sound so cool.
Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it.
And you do, Maya?
All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end.
Is that something I can contradict? No.
The waitress, you mean? The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing bada boom. Over and done with. Maybe I should push a little harder on this.
Ask about Maggie.
What exactly were you implying the defendant did? How about you go ask Four Eyes about the $500,000 million ticket? She wanted it so bad she poisoned it with coffee. A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tiger.
Objection.
Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene tonight.
The law don't exactly agree with some of the details I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split.
I see.
Your Honor.
The witness's last few statements are with a good 2 cups of coffee. I concur, Mr. Goddard. You will amend your testimony accordingly, witness.
Yeah, so that's what you did after Phoenix Wright.
Bing, bong, bing.
The Tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only gonna damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Use all they are what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my 100,000 bucks back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tiger had no motive for killing the victim. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like to amend it? Have it amended?
I'm not gonna get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended.
Then very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your racist statement, please. I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Okay.
Not you saying you had no other motives that day. Yes, so's what?
Then, why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
What you think? Because of Four Eyes over there. Because of Maggie? How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Elle's coffee. Not likely theory. Your word has no water line detection.
The law, I'm confused, because that was like the same sentence we just read.
The law don't exactly clear some of the deals I send down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split.
Okay. What? I haven't amended. We just added that. What's going on? You loan $100,000. A little chat. The kid had his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over. Where's the lottery ticket? Found during a body search. Oh, it was found on Maggie. Let me save. Let's press on this one again. No, wait, what's the one? This one. There's one I can press that gives me more dialogue. No, so it's the next one. No. What? What? This one? No. Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over. Do I have anything? Okay. Oh, we have the computer disk. That hasn't come up yet. Thanks to what she did, my business. Okay, what if I say leave it instead? if I say leave it?
I'm gonna leave it and try to figure something out. Thank you, Your Honor, but there's no need to amend the testimony.
Very well. Okay.
So the Tiger's meeting Glenn out to get his money back. If Mr. Elk had just given him the lottery ticket, that would have been the end of it.
Yeah, so what's the Tiger's motive? And this is a big one. If I don't manage to undermine his testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have to poison Mr. Elk? And why did he loan him the money in the first place when he knew he couldn't repay him?
Let me press on these again, just real quick. Yeah, we read that. One of these gives me another option. I want to ask what he was gonna do if he didn't have the money. The tender tiger. Yep.
This one?
I pressed on everything now. I haven't amended. Oh, I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Was this here before?
Objection!
Right. So I can switch the last two ones? I'll leave it. This is very confusing. I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Is that true though? Is that true though? Oh, he needed this.
Objection!
Ha!
So, you just intended to get back the $100,000. Mr. Elk owed you, correct? I loaned the guy cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elk, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a money lender be after other than money?
Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. Blech.
What is that?
It's a Jonas Brothers CD, one of a rare kind. A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber.
A computer virus? Well, what does one of those do? I do not want to explain again what a virus does. A virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the inside of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? Oh, Judge. Oh, Judge. There's no way you don't know what a computer is.
I guess the beard isn't the only part of His Honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important part. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million in the black market.
Several $1 million.
Lending money with no hope if ever seeing payment would normally be bad for business.
Imagine explaining Discord to the judge. Okay, so like, it's this app. What's an app? Okay, it's a program. Well, what is a program? It's a place where you can talk to a bunch of people online. Oh, I see. And where is this place? I need some new friends. Is it nearby? No, Judge. No, honey, no. I feel like also trying to describe what Facebook is to him would be, it'd be like, you can like post what you're feeling. Oh, hungry, like that? Yeah, kind of, but not necessarily. Hungry for chicken nuggets. I don't understand. What is the point? Is someone gonna bring me the nuggets I want? No, Judge. It's just okay. So glad I got my mom to stop asking me for help with her iPhone. Oh, my parents always ask me for help with technology. So just Facebook profile would be full of minion memes. I just love these little minion guys. They're so yellow and cute. I don't know what they are or what they're from, but gosh, they're so darn funny. They make me laugh. They make me laugh out loud. So I hear the slang. I love the one with 2 eyes. I relate to him.
But in any case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. And that skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection.
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program?
Exactly.
The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trite. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder.
Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure on the luxury of choice tends to disappear.
I keep reminding her I've never owned an Apple product and also don't know how her iPhone works. Oh, that's even worse if you don't know how it works. But why don't you know? Took a year or two, but she stopped. Oh, thank goodness. Look, Mr. Wright. Gumshoe showed me how to share these funny pictures. Apparently, the youth call them memes. 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 I'm not sure why, but gosh, they're so darn funny. The judge would print each meme out on paper and bring it to you to show. But before we start trial, I found these really funny memes today on the Facebook site. I wasn't sure how to share them or send them to you. I don't think you've accepted my friend request, so I printed them out. I just wanted to. You guys you could pass them around when you're done with them. Have you seen this cat? It wants a cheeseburger. Oh my god. He's absolutely the kind who would fall for things online too. Yeah, this prince from Egypt says he can give me $1 million if he helps me, get some of his funds. So I sent him my email address and my social insurance number, and I think it's gonna work out. He seems like a real nice fella. I might be able to retire from this whole judge thing. It seems you may have a logical conclusion from this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Oh, speaking of sharing, I printed out some memes of some cute kitty cat pictures. Why did Mr. Tiger need money to the tune of $1 million?
Take that!
In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. Ah, close there, Ace. Because, wow, you guys haven't scared me in a while. I saw it pop up. I saw it. If I didn't see it, that might have gotten me. Close, Ace, close. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. Whoa, there's no need to get violent. There's no need to get violent. A huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question.
High score! Oh my God, Phoenix, you won't. I just beat my high score in Candy Crush. Oh, sorry. Continue what you were saying.
According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment, he absolutely would play Candy Crush. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you hear like the music playing in the background. He also doesn't know how to turn the music off of his phone, so it's always full blast.
A Words with Friends guy? Oh wait, what is Words with Friends? I think I played that once. I don't remember. Is that where you send someone a word and they have to guess it?
And yet,
Scrabble app. Oh, Scrabble app on Facebook. Okay, yeah, no, that would be his. That absolutely would be his. Donkey? No. Horse? No. Mule? Hey, guys, what's another word for a horse? It's big with moms. You guys think he would play Wordle? Do any of you guys play Wordle? I have not, and I refuse to.
and yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue.
But Mr. Tiger had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Someone sprayed the kitty cat. Oh, order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadavarini.
Did you say Cadavarini?
Bruno Cadavarini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadavarini.
I tried Wordle, it was meh. It sounds like meh. It also just like, it's so annoying when I see people post like, oh, look at these boxes, I got it in 3 tries. Okay, cool. That really changes my way of seeing life.
Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You are desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruno Cadavarini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elk's life to pay your debt. On the day
He didn't even say order, he just hit his hammer. He's too busy playing Candy Crush to speak. Yeah, keep going.
On the day of the murder, Mr. Tiger's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000. Mr. Tiger knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tiger would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I.
The lottery win.
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 in the lottery, which left Mr. Tiger with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way.
Hyper sprinkles.
So he resorted to illegitimate means.
That's crazy.
He murdered Glenn Elk and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tiger posed as Glenn Elk, while Viola Cadavarini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness.
Ew.
The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection.
Like I said, Trey, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Goddard? Mr. Armstrong owned the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tiger's plan.
Ooh, we got him. Order! Silence or I will be...
You put up a good show, Spiky. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do. Despite your appearance, you are very clever. And that's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one? Mr. Wright! Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What, 4 bars? What was this trick you say Mr. Tiger performed to frame the accused? I can't save? Oh, God. Oh, yeah. He disguised himself as me. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childless imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tiger, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me.
Oh, what? That's
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most I can't speak. Disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. Not the fact that he's red, no. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove that the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Go? Hey. Forget about it. Yeah. What is that face?
I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir?
Objection.
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court we deal with people's lives.
Ah!
Mr. Gotti is right.
Your Honor,
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as a judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
No!
Even though you remember it? If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tiger are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. They're very conclusive, sir.
But we've come so far.
You say he impersonated Glenn L. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Ah!
Gumshoe? Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that?
All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Ah. Looks like I won't be needing the refill.
If I just had one more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tiger. No, Judge. You remember clear as day it was him.
Your Honor, sir. Gumshoe! Wait!
Oh no, I missed it. Detective!
Detective Gumshoe!
Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too.
What is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence.
What? What? Gumshoe to the rescue!
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results in the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh! So, do you know who the prince belongs to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it.
You bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're furry tiger's paw prints, all right.
That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. You laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on the bottle now.
Huh? What? Why not?
What we need to produce at this stage of the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn L's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now.
Gummy barely fits in the witness stand. I know! I love him.
I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
No, don't say that, Gumshoe.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Gumshoe, we gotta work on your self-esteem, buddy. Detective? Gumshoe?
Maggie!
You've been working on something. For me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait!
He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it.
Can we? Can we though? Shush. Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor.
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you discovered.
Yes.
Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us, naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we?
Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I have been to no court before. Bet you lawyers sure know how to plow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. And nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Go! Present this final piece of evidence. That's a lot of bars.
This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victims?
Your Honor, naturally the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tiger.
What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? The hiccups.
Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains. Except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that fancy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell is it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence.
What? Am I about to lie?
Mr. Tiger, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains
Mr. Armstrong's oils, the victim's ear medicine, potassium cyanide. Let's save before we make a giant conclusion, shall we?
This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tiger, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that. What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the Tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the Tiger or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, people of the court, oh, we got him.
Got him! At last. What? Was everyone gone quiet? I said the bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints in that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer just playing games.
Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in.
Good.
But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
Good. You don't know who you's messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars in the black market.
You think I'm
gonna let some jump up suit get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all.
Phony baloney. Oh, Tiger mad. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Tiger prounce on you. What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Well done, Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Ace Attorney becomes a horror game. Could you imagine the Tiger's on the loose? Why? Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Bruh. Why is there a blackout? Just because he was screaming? His screaming caused a blackout? I thought he was escaping. Mr. Wright, you got a tiger by his toe. But if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tiger, Mr. Goddard? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen L, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Yes, she was.
And in the absence of the genuine evidence. But the Tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furry Tiger is a truly frightening criminal. The truly frightening one is that the defense attorney over there.
Got it. You flirting with me?
Well, I am now in a position to deliver my very verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Yay! I love that Gumshoe's the one that spreads all those confettis. That is all. This court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Maggie.
I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. It wasn't me.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick, in the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, guess I'd be hit.
Well, wait.
Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe.
Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was. Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around.
Wait out, detective. He just ran off.
Maggie, Why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt off for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medicine bottle. That wasn't even any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Huh, Maggie? You should know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this.
I want to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts.
He doubted me. That's why. He thought I might have done it.
Maggie, you do not deserve Gumshoe.
I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom.
Some weenies.
Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom.
That's...
A present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. Hi. I actually really like weenies, you know?
What was that? No, was that her stomach?
Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know.
Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it?
Is it okay if I eat this now?
Aww, how cute.
So, how is it, Maggie?
Maya's face is a bit weird though. Why does she look so weird? What? Something stands off to me. I don't know what it is. Is it her mouth? Wait, I think it's that her eyebrows and her eyes are above her hair. That doesn't look right to me.
So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
Aww.
So, the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start.
They look like stickers pasted. Yeah! Yeah, you're right, Jeannie. It's very weird. Edgeworth? Gasp! Turnabout beginnings? Oh, is this where we get into the good stuff? Oh, edgy, my boy. Ooh, edgy. Save. And this one as well. Ooh, edgy. I miss Edgy. I miss him so much. The girl. Let her go. Whoa. Shut up! Come closer, and I'll kill her! Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang! Oh, Jesus! Animation? That fall, though. Oh, what is this? What is this?
I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my long-time mentor, Mia Fey.
Fugitive data. What is this? Name: Terry Falls. Kidnapping, murderer, sentenced, death penalty. Wow, they sentence death penalties. They do, in fact. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Very Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after he escaped.
Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met.
Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. Oh no, are we playing as Mia again? No. 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 God damn it. Not again. She better not be dumb again. She's a good attorney, damn it. Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm gonna run to the washroom really quickly, and then we'll start up this new trial with Mia, apparently. BRB, guys, give me 2 seconds.
Gotta go pretty quick. Step it up. You're too slow. Chili dogs. Chili dogs are poggers.
No. Oh, hell. Okay. Okay. We didn't fall too far. We didn't fall too far. We didn't fall too far. We're okay. We're okay.
Well, let's go find a cave. Oh,
Awesome.
look, there's a sheep over here. Oh, look, there's a sheep.
Friend.
All right, come on. Get over here.
And I'm back. I have to run and turn the kettle off in like 2 minutes, but for now I'm back. Ugh, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. Well, foreshadowing much. I never should have accepted this case. Oh, Jesus. Eek! Ah, good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody. Terry Crews, Terry Falls, my first client. Wow, that is a character. He looks like, oh my God, he reminds me of the prisoner from One Punch, if anyone's seen that. Sentenced to 5 years ago, sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry. Please don't eat the ball. Nug, I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Ugh. Sorry, I told a little lie. Whoopsie, whoopsie, I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right?
No, oh god, eek. I'm really, really sorry. They sentenced me to death to die. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that. Yeah, this guy wins with the most facial expressions.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Let me ponder this question. Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped.
So that much is true. He did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive. When I left, she was alive. It's true. I love that he has this, I'm a Greek model. And then,
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ha. Is this got it?
whoa. Whoa. Wow, Coco and Geeky weren't kidding. He wins for best looks. Oh my god. You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. Jeez, man.
Why are you here?
I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big, scary lion's den. Oh, 2 seconds. I think the kettle's boiling. Okay, I'm back. So that is exactly how I tried to do my hair when I was in high school. Except my hair was blue. I looked like Sonic. Coffee cups, please tell me you have pictures. It's times like these I wish there was a lip bite emoji. No! Gross. I could make one. I have 3 slots. Do I make a lip bite emoji? But do I make it like Toad? A Toad lip bite? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. Who would you guys want? Make a judge lip bite emoji? God damn it. No. That's too cursed. I feel like if the judge was an emo, he would just be, you know, his shocked, oh, face. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. What is this face? Gumshoe? Ew, no, even worse. What about Edgeworth? I can see Edgeworth. You realize when I was in high school, not many people had digital cameras. Yeah, but surely you took a picture of the occasion, right? You look like Sonic. I have to see that. The cursed one would be the... Ew, I'm not making the Canadian judge anything. He's banned from our channel. Fake Canadian. Not allowed.
Where is Mr. Grossberg?
That old man is probably still in bed. Why is it question marks? He's wearing the exact same thing he wears today, except it's red instead of blue. His hair is the same. His goatee is the same. His earrings are the same. This is the same man. Hold on, I'm gonna move my camera up this side. There we go. I mean, if you wanted to keep with the MHA theme, you could do Midnight Lip Bite. No, you know who would be Ace? Minetta. But Glem has banned me from making a Minetta emote. It's not allowed on our channel. But that would be it. It would absolutely be Minetta. Unsubscribe, blocked, reported. I mean, do you want a lip bite emote or not? I'm just saying it is possible, man. You say the word, Ace, I'll fire the trigger. I'll contact my Fiverr artist. I'll have it done. I'll have that Minetta lip bite. Anyone but Minetta. Somewhere I'm sure there are pictures. Probably if all the rest of the pictures from the various disposable cameras. Oh, Coffee Cuts, my dream now is one day to see you as Sonic the Hedgehog. You have no opinion, Ace. You brought beef and pussy into our vocabularies. Yeah, Genie. 1 point for Genie. I love you guys. That old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. Armando? Does that name mean anything? Do we know that from somewhere else? Diego Armando? I don't think so. I think this is the first time. So why does he go by Got It now? Minetta who he doesn't exist. I remember reading that the author of MHA, his favorite character is Minetta. Something about he's really fun to draw, or like his character's like really easy to like figure out what he'd be doing or something. But yeah, he's his favorite character. In storage at her mom's house. Oh, why are they all buried away? Why is this national treasure so hard to find? So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices. Oh, he works for Grossberg? Is here for me? No, you've got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine an escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecution for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. But really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Ew, don't call us kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. Because I haven't seen a live day in 20 years. Fair. Yeah, Got It is hardcore flirting with Mia. Do you think that's why Got It has like a vendetta against us? Because she died? It wasn't our fault though. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. I'm finding digital pics. I doubt they are still accessible on PhotoBucket. I don't even know what PhotoBucket is. I think that's the first time I've heard of it. Armando is a Discord server owner who tries to get Discord. Oh, 100%, Genie. 100%. After reading that, Manila lip bite. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Right, Jeannie? Like, you'd think after researching beaver pussy, that would be the thing that makes you bleach your eyes. Oh, no! No! Why is he back? Oh my god, dude. There's no need. I'm sure Ace did not need to do any research. Definitely didn't need to. The court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls, dude. The defendant is ready, Your Honor. Whoa, Mia looks different. Doesn't she look different from the last time we played as her? I know, I have to deal with him for an entire trial. Can he judge and beaver pussy at the same time? Baby Edgeworth? Baby Edgeworth? Oh my god, he's so baby! You know what? That makes up for the Canadian judge. Are you proud of the community you built, Cole? I don't know. My lawyer has told me not to respond to any questions at this time. He hasn't grown into his shoulder pads yet. Yeah. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers, eh? Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutors everyone is talking about, eh? Ew, his face. They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. Oh. That side profile, though. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. What does that got to do with anything? Humph. Young people running a trial. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row, eh? 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, dude. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for an escaping prison. Edgy is his little kitten. Ew! But yes. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So, we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement, dude. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. He has such big baby eyes. Look at those eyelashes. Oh my god, he's so baby. So baby. Good baby, Edgeworth. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. He takes the fall. I get it. Yeah. I think also he fell. It showed him falling. Something to do with falling. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. Oh my god, look at that baby face! Oh. He's so innocent. A witness's testimony. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne. We know someone else with the last name Hawthorne, don't we? The person who confronted this criminal. Don't we know another Hawthorne? I swear I heard that name before. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne, Phoenix's ex. I knew that name before. They're sisters or mother, maybe? Oh, the plot thickens. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. Oh, it was the victim that fell. Very interesting. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fallen are never recovered. So, Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. The policewoman you just mentioned, he wouldn't be... Exactly, the victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. With only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Ew, that face. The truth is becoming clear now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Whoa! Aw, Woolly Bear. Well, wait a minute. That's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your choice or your tone of voice. He winked! Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. You are a young one. Why you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. No, then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation for this case. Baby Gumshoe! He actually looks just the same. He just has a different coat. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Gumshoe! Dick Gumshoe! I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to detective division half a year ago.
I don't believe anyone asked you about that.
Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes?
What is it?
You're really gorgeous.
Excuse me?
No, seriously, my heart is aching for you.
Oh, Gumshoe, please. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache.
Yerk. Oh, okay, I got it.
Now, detective, tell us about the incident, eh?
Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss.
That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself.
Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here.
Okay.
This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle river. The victim and the defendant met here, on top of the bridge, pal. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He is recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir.
Okay. I see. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge?
The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge.
Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise your conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. Ogami's really thirsty. If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. Look at that smug face. Look at that smug face. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I was some hoser. Shut up with the Canadian lingo. You poser of a hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on.
Okay now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you from morning to... What are you? Stop it. Don't look at me like that. Trust me and get ready. Oh, hello. Like, stop it. Stop it, sir.
On the day of the incident, an unknown person followed the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to a dusky bridge at the designated time and met with Miss Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into this car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain.
Okay. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge, eh? Naturally. Yeah, everyone's way too thirsty in this trial. Now, will the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up.
Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee.
I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here.
The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right, especially for a beginner. I know, but the judge who doesn't like anything, he is a sourpuss. He doesn't like one thing going on.
I don't need you to worry about me, I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner here.
You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got. Kitten. Stop calling everyone kitten. I don't like it.
It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedures videos you stayed up all last night watching.
Jesus. When in court, make sure to use objection if you don't like what the other person is saying. What do we have? We have nothing. Proof of my profession. It's brand new and sparkles in the light. Aww. Died from blood loss between 4 and 5. 40 feet above the Eagle Ridge. Okay. Let's start pressing.
This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
The one you called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls.
What? The defendant called her?
Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Miss Falls.
A note?
Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk.
Well, then let's read that. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls.
Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me?
Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer.
It's the detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person.
Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to.
Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Oh no, you cannot trust Edgy. Look at he's sly. He's cute, but he's sly, man. And Mia, who thinks this is all very unprofessional. Okay. A bridge up in the mountains, but why me there?
Because it is a very important place to the defendant. That's why.
What do you mean by that? If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he was killed by his hostage. He killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge.
The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Miss Falls.
Aha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. Was the body of the victim discovered right away?
Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. He was great. We even got to say, "Don't move. We've got you surrounded."
Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Huh. If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed.
She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I'd noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive.
I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Can we read this note? Valentine's Day. Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Dahlia is who Phoenix dated. What? Whoa. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Oh. Intriguing. Mr. Falls had a car then.
Well, that bridge is way up in the mountain, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right?
What? You mean the defendant drove his own car?
No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light.
Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. You're not sure how you feel about anything, dude. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? I could have written this entire game.
This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk.
Oh.
Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there.
Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. No, it doesn't, dude. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct?
Yeah.
Huh. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. What did the man what did that have to do with anything?
You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back, nice and firm.
The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car?
Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange. Do you? Anyway.
Can I press on that? What did the defendant have to say about this photo?
What he always says, ma'am.
I didn't do nothing.
That's all he says.
Nothing? I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, he knew he stole a car.
It's just what he always says, Your Honor. And then he always says,
His story. I told a little lie.
Or something like that.
Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Can I examine it? It's really weird that this is this. And we'll press the last one and then go back to that.
That certainly is some impressive police work. Well, no, actually, it was way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5. We figured that Mr. Falls might just try to run.
What do you mean it was too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint.
That was kind of close. Any later, and Mr. Falls could have slipped right by.
Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony.
A trap?
You walk into it carelessly, and it'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh?
No, it's not.
Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. And if you're going to get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions after all.
The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those.
Okay, well, let's go to the photo. Is there anything weird about the photo? Okay. I don't think we have anything contradicting. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked me to meet. Well, no, we know who it is. Sergeant Hawthorne went to the Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange about it. Well, there's no blood anywhere. Maybe that? Blood loss? Let me save first. Gummy always seems like he's trying to look at his own eyebrow. You are correct. You are correct. Coffee cup, he does. We mucked up. Nope, that wasn't it. Is there anything wrong about it? Oh, she's not wearing a white scarf. Got it.
Witness.
What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye?
I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that.
Girl, you should have practice before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Coffee candy?
Candy.
Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee.
Grr, come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer.
What's a coffee candy? Coffee? Do you know? What's a coffee candy?
Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim.
The note?
It is very clear. It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification.
He's had a whole briefcase full of coffee crisp. I'm thinking of like those butterscotch candies. Like my Nana always had so many of them that that she'd have in her purse. They were really good, but maybe there's like a coffee flavored one.
The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus, a special request.
I have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo.
Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am.
And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. Grandma candy, yeah! The best candy, man, the best. Goddess briefcase is full of coffee and coffee candies. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? Sigh. I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you were searching so desperately for. Is it this one, perchance? Huh?
Where did you find that, sir?
On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. That's illegal.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white, as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for.
It looks like it spent some time in the mud.
Right? Withholding evidence is super sketchy, Edgeworth. SMH, man. SMH. SMH. An espresso machine pops out. Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time.
The court will now accept this garbage evidence.
Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Fay? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. Smarmy? Smarmy? Oh, Google. What is a smarmy? Ingratiating and weeding in a way that is regarding an insincere or excessive? What? That's my favorite adjective. Coffee, could you explain it better than what my dictionary just did? I fully don't follow. My pirate name is Carlos Smarmy. Oh, I love that. Aw. Okay, but please, what does smarmy mean? I'm so lost. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively, and with hard evidence, that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there.
That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it.
Nark, everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Down, down, down.
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir.
Well, where was this? Wait, what? Who's the witness? Kinda smug? Okay, that makes complete sense.
It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminals shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off.
Like, haha, I'm getting away with something. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Edgeworth is smarmy then. Boom. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below.
Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway?
Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha! A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom?
Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify.
The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. You don't know how you feel about anything. So, as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Oh, that's what I'm thinking exactly, Ace. She's too like, oh no, because her sister died, but also she's delicate, you know? Aha! The truth is becoming clear now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, I hate this guy. I miss our judge.
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there.
Okay, let's ask about this eyewitness. Who is this eyewitness?
She's a college student.
It's totally Delilah. A female college student.
That's right. I mean, she's female and a college student, man. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her.
Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I had the right to cross-examine her. Oh, his voice. For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all. But what is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student. The female college student, eh?
That means she's female and a college student, sir.
We get it. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why. Grr. Like he's worried someone will figure out he's just Yes. Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question.
This photo was photo.
The victim is wearing a scarf in the photo, all right. So, about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing on the way in the mountains?
She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently.
Like, doesn't she have a legal responsibility to testify, especially if she... Yes! Like, she should absolutely be there right now. That's why he wants the trial over so quickly. He needs to change his pants. This trial can't go on any longer, eh? There's an important business I must attend to. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Miss Faye. People in that area say it's because of the spirits that live there. Spirits! Now that you mention it, this photo, this cloudy fog light thing, is it a ghost? I don't believe it. What? Where? What is he talking about?
No, Your Honor, no, I don't think that's a ghost.
What? Like, they can't cherry pick that kind of stuff, let alone have someone testify. Yeah, testifying on behalf of someone, that defeats the purpose of cross-examining. Like, if you have questions about it, you can't actually thoroughly ask the questions. You know? They really like to bend the rules in this game. Drizzling, huh?
That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the moon that's in this courtroom right now. Ha ha.
This court is sus. Stop.
Looks like a cold front just moved in.
In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog.
I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something.
Okay. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well?
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach.
Ah! I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? With this mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's a Canadian. I think we've already discovered he's Canadian. Wait, brutal. Do Canadians say brutal differently? I know they spelt it with 2 O's. I know there's like, you know, a boot. Brutal? Do we say brutal weird? Coffee cups. The one Canadian, the one not Canadian here, please. Do we say brutal weird? Brutal. Brutal. It was brutal. A boot. Brutal. Brutal. Brutal? Brutal. No, that's what I'm so confused. But they typed it out with 2 O's. Now I feel like I say it weird. I can't. Brutal. Brutal. Like I'm trying to say like a Canadian would like a boot. Brutal. A brute. Brutal. It was brutal, eh? I don't know. I don't know if I do. But anyways, yes, confirmed. He's Canadian. Ah. Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. Hey, watch where you spill your coffee. The court record, huh? Wait, what? Brutal? 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 He must be a Newfie. Like, he must be. But, like, I haven't heard... I was friends with a Newfie once, but I don't remember them saying brutal differently. Brutal. It's brutal. Brutal. I don't know. I can't. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. The criminal shoved the victim down. What? But they're facing each other. There's no way that's possible. I'm gonna save. I think that's what they want me to do. Boom. Never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. Never mind. The victim shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Stabbed her in the back. That has to be it. That must have been when the scarf fell off? Okay, let's press on that maybe. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh?
That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. From what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am.
The area was wet from rain. The bridge was probably wet too, which would explain why the scarf was all covered in mud, but there's something about this testimony that's still bothering me. Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo. So what do I do? You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean. Of course I do. So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then what that means that somewhere hidden in the testimony is a contradiction. Okay, let's find it. All I know about Newfies is the rest of Canada thinks they're kind of weird. They talk really differently than us. Like, they are definitely the stereotypical, going out in the boot. Like, fam, you know, like they're the I can't do a good impression. But they really do talk like that. It's very uncanny. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. A little hard to see what's going on. Down from behind the back. Okay. Okay, but he's not. They watch black bears on Groundhog Day. They what? What do they do? Come again? What's the contradiction? That must have been when the scarf fell off. There's no groundhogs in Newfoundland, so they watch black bears? Really? They have Black Bear Day instead of Groundhog Day? That's so cool. Man, that is kick-ass. I'm very confused. There's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. How was it accidentally taken? It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal showed the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Is there something wrong with this photo? What about her hat? Maybe her hat? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? None. There's only black bears. I want to know how old everyone is. 25, 23, 27. He's my age? There's no way this guy's my age. Look at this man. 20. Oh, baby Edgeworth. 26? There's no way. There's no way. I feel like there's something wrong with this. They're facing each other. Let's try that one instead. It bothers me. No. Damn it. Let's try again. Let's present. I don't know this. No. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Oh? So the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere.
Flick. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with that soggy atmosphere. But is this a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car's trunk? Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. There's no rain anywhere? She's not wearing a hat. No. Could use a trunk herself. What? One that she could hide all her bitter memories from this trial, and that is. Oh, you truly are a genius, eh? A genius of sarcasm and wordplay. Whoops. Damn it. Well then, what one is it? Just relax. Lick your wounds clean and then go after them again, kitten. Will you stop with the kitten thing? No matter how bitter the memory, it can never be as bitter as dark black coffee. All right, Mia, you have got to think harder this time. I don't know, her coat? The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it, eh? That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the day of the drizzling and fog? The victim really had fallen down on her stomach on the top of the bridge. And the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. What? That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled? Playoff beard? Does that have something to do with hockey? My gorgeous playoff beard was befouled? I do admit the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself is muddy. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy. Wait, hold up. The people who work at the jury have a team that's the legal league. I love that. Unfortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Is bad luck to save during a hockey playoff? Oh, I didn't know that. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Yeah, tell him, Mia. Of course I can. What? 3 bars. Well, yeah, the scarf. The evidence is this scarf. Ah! It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. Gah! No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Edgeworth! Hey, same to you, buddy. I don't know much about the sports ball. The sports ball? Yeah, me neither. Me neither, coffee cups. Hey! Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Huh. You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Can we get this man arrested? Mr. Amardo! No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three. Hopefully the testimony. Humph! What you just said now, I'm not sure I like it. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was a coffee aficionado over there that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. And blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes, the false evidence in this case is the... Let me save my game. I don't know. I think it's a testimony. That's what my gut says. It's a no-brainer. It's obvious the witness is suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that the testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy, Wonder over there, would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. Sigh. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth the witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Uh-oh. Righto. Now let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? There she is! Oh! Get those freaky butterflies out of here! Oh! Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. He means the brutal truth is that he's Canadian too. Canadian Edgeworth! Oh! When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double and a dozen donut holes! Okay, wow, they really did their research on the Canadian references, first of all. Secondly, I don't like that. I don't like that this old man is going, you look as scrumptious as a double and a dozen donut holes. Yeah, this hurts. This hurts, Ace. I feel I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Ew! Sir! Keep your grubby Canadian hands to yourself. It's Timbits, you fake Canadian. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are truly a gentleman, unlike yourself, Judge. Miss Faye, you can learn a lot from this man. Shut your trap. If he's such a gentleman, he doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Hey, yes, my dear? This is my first time
so I'm sure I'll make lots of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. There's no trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation?
I hate this. The day I start flirting with someone using Tim Hortons references is the day you need to take me back behind the shed and put me out of my misery. Seriously, I have never in my life heard of any Canadian reference Tim Hortons like that.
My name is,
Melissa Foster? That's fake. He sounds like he's from Alberta. That's not her name. Your name is Delilah. I'll drown you in a double-double. No, I'd like to dunk you in a double-double.
I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department.
You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct?
And you were the one who took this photo, is that accurate? Ah! How can you be so mean?
No, see her! No, see here! What are you doing showing that in her face?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time I'll be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be? Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are...
Does any of the non-Canadians here know what a double-double is? Right? Even though I don't actually know what it is, I gather you can get it from a Timmy's. Yeah, it's two cream, two sugar. Sorry, I should have specified. And a Wayne Gretzky is 9 cream, 9 sugar. Oh my! I feel like you said that before, Jeannie, but I forgot, and it's shocking me all over again. That's not even coffee. That's a straight up heart attack.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
Blech. Don't like her. Don't like her one bit. Bro, the time someone ordered a Wayne Gretzky made me want to... They actually ordered it? No. I don't know who would order coffee that way, but enough people have, I guess, since they gave it a name. That's disgusting. Coco! How's it going? Oh, yeah, she's evil, all right, Coco. Why? Like, she's using a fake name right now. You could possibly mix in the sugar because there was more cream than coffee. Ew! I feel like it would be so thick you couldn't drink it. You have to use a spoon.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were 2 people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
They only named it that way because that's how Gretzky ordered it? Oh. I thought maybe it was like Gretzky's number. I don't know his number, but I was guessing it was 99. But that's how he ordered it? Oh, I don't like that at all. They told us that in training? Oh my god. Ew, Gretzky, what are you doing, dude? Oh my god, man.
And right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
But then, how could you take the picture? So you took the photo from the location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth would ask me to.
What? Edgeworth asked you to be there? Oh, what a cute camera! Just like its owner. Judge, please stop. Please stop. Stop. All right then, Miss Faye. Time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. Doom. Like, seriously, dude, you don't got a chance. Chill. Can I just... No, I wanna question the part where you said, like, Edgeworth told you to. Alright. That too, Ace. That too.
Did you say wildflowers? Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers.
But it's only February.
Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come.
Oh, I just know how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Okay, Judge. Would you mind if we got back to the facts of the case, Your Honor? Okay. Was there anything strange about the two of them?
I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom.
No, not at all. Everyone is like that. No. I love watching other people fight, too. In fact, I can't get enough of it, Judge. And actually, that's why I took this job in the first place. Too much info, Your Honor. Way too much info. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them. A beard isn't a personality. It's apparently his person. He has two personality traits. He's Canadian, and he has a beard. Especially dressed as they were.
Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. Suddenly, they started fighting. Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? Hey? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask? Oh, I just thought you maybe overheard what they said. I would never eavesdrop. I've got more class than that.
And that's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Grr. Why do you take a photo?
Well, the two of them were really going at it.
Well, they say arguing with a lawyer is like wrestling with a pig in mud. Eventually, you realize the pig likes it. I've never heard that before.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over. Smells like a lie to me.
Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. You wanted to be a stand-up comedian? So you wanted to be a comedian, eh? Not that it has any bearing on this.
All I could do was use my camera. So I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police.
Also, he has a grandson? Noted. Noted. You called the police?
Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape.
We were already moving before they even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we already started our operation. That was certainly, tough luck for the criminal, eh? If Terry Falls isn't a criminal, then there must be something strange that isn't in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl is a judge wrapped around her little finger. You're gonna have to have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers. You're gonna have to come up with something really good, Mia. Alright, let's say...
Are there any contradictions?
I feel like... Oh, I didn't mean to press that. My bad. I feel like from where she's standing... Using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. But it was raining. Why would you be there if it's raining? Wait, do I have anything else? Oh, we don't have the location of where she was standing? They just started fighting. That's when I heard took the photo. That shows the crucial moment? Hold on. There is no crucial moment in this photo. They're just standing there.
Objection!
Witness, when you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting the fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. That's not the thing. Why haven't you presented the photo like that? Well, you see... The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Doe? Is that a Canadian thing? Doe? That's more of a Simpsons thing. My apologies, young lady. But Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. Yo, got it. You want a Discord, kitten? Here you go, a gift. I used it all up. The film, I mean. You ran out of film! This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So, you took photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once, too. Please, no details. I believe they're what people now refer to as nudes. They were very tasteful. There was hockey sticks involved. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Well, wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, then she couldn't have very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well, then let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ah, it looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. All right. she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. Oops. 10 yards? Snack time! I want snack time for Cole. Cole's hungry. 10 yards. 10 yards. Why does that say 5 yards above me? What is that gonna do, if anything? Before she was stabbed in the back. 10 yards? That's a long ways to go. Let me say, that's a long ways to go. Let me press on that, actually. I haven't pressed on it yet. So you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him?
Well, it's a narrow bridge and it was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off. I only wish I could have done something to help her.
That seems to make sense.
I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off.
Does it now? You have a good sixth sense. When you feel that something's off, that's when you need to figure out why. I'm gonna press. I'm gonna do stuff. I'm gonna do stuff. I'm gonna present this. Haha! Witness, your testimony is a joke.
Huh? What? But I just...
Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were 2 contradictions? It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned to run around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she could never even run 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side.
Ah!
What does all this mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the contradiction of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. That guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward. Well, Miss Faye, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No! It was not your fault at all! Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed! All right, young lady. I ask you to please proceed with your testimony.
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. You just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir.
Ugh. Another testimony? Oh my god, another testimony! After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. That's not true at all. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaking up.
If he accepts his testimony as it is, we're finished.
Don't say that.
Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. Then make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Ah, that's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Fade, your cross-examination if you please. It is. We already found out that no one's really found when they fall from the river, so we could have just thrown them over the river. This one right here. You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself?
Yes.
Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult. Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body on a bridge like that? Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly. Wow. Why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? Miss Faye, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. But he could also just throw it off, you know? Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge, hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it?
Yes. But the mountain is famous among hikers. Surprising number of people go up there.
But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct?
There was also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. You know those monks. They just love cold, isolated places.
Tricky Bean! Hell yeah! I will definitely have a Tricky Bean. I'll have two, because I think they're starting to go bad. Alright. We've got 2 green ones. Nice blueberry. Oh, that was really good. Next one. That's pepper. That's pepper. Oh! Ew. Ah. It even feels like you just put pepper on your tongue. Oh my god. Oh god. Blech. Thanks for that, coffee cups. Thanks. Greatly appreciate it.
You know those monks. They just love cold, isolated places.
Fine. Fair, coffee cups. Fair. It's my own fault. I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting that she was witness with her own eyes. ... And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body?
Well, he was wearing a prisoner uniform, but as for his face...
So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face?
Well, they were far away and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw.
Excellent! You're a remarkably honest young woman! Something about this testimony is bothering me, but what? Have you ever put salt in your coffee? No, why would I? Why not? Huh? It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence. He's right. Okay. By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well after all. Yeah, thanks for summing that up. can still taste the pepper on my tongue. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I thought so. A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. Yeah, not many bodies are found. Ah! In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. Wait, are you saying that you have put salt in your coffee? In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murderers were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed his body in the water. That redonk? No, oh, that's redonkulous. Okay, gotcha. I was like, what's redonk? Order! I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye. But I must admit, it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Oh. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Objection!
Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about? All right, I'll do my best. The music changed. After he stabbed her in the back, arms carried her over. Killer broke into the trunk of a stolen car and hid the body there. He couldn't see the bottom of the bridge. He broke the trunk of the car? What did the man do then? Well, naturally he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police. And so that's when you called the police. You're sure that you saw all that with your own eyes? Yes, I'm 100% certain. Something's weird about that. Hold on, let me save. Something's very odd about that. Nope. Nope, I was wrong about that one. Whoops. Stabbed her in the back.
let's press on that. Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge? Oops. Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy. If you don't mind, I was asking the witness. No need to be so rude. Well, young lady. Of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could. Ah, we're one step too slow. And then the witness did the defendant do after that. Well, then what about the scarf? What about the scurf? What about the scurf, McGurse? Maybe I'll present the scarf there. Ner. Ner. Ner, 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 ner. Ner. Can I present the scarf at that point? No, no, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. I don't know what else I have. Okay, let's just press on everything. Press on this. Oh, this is new. That's when the victim's scarf fell off. You mean this scarf? The words match what he found at the scene. I don't see any problem. That's when the scarf fell off? We on that. This one again, maybe? Well, he was wearing a prison uniform, but as for his face... So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face? Well, they were far away and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw. Excellent! Okay. Yes, yes, the salt in the coffee. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe one of the pictures? Maybe because his face is really scarred? Wait, what? The picture of... Not that one. What about her hat? Hold on, let's try that. Let's try the hat. Do you want to see baby Edgeworth? He's here. Also, we had the Canadian judge. And we just saw Goddard's real face. We're on a new case. A lot just happened. Yeah. Nope, that wasn't right. He said double double. He referenced Tim Hortons. No, don't give me a penalty. Yeah, her sister was killed, and she's going by a fake name right now. Malia Fuzz Potato, that's so cute. I don't think we also saw baby Gumshoe, but it's better when you see him. Here, I'll press on something so you can see his face. It's baby Edgeworth! He's baby! Baby! Baby Edgeworth. Yeah, he hasn't grown into his shoulder pads yet. I don't know what I might have to look this part up. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. We are on part 1-1, right? Yes. On statement 3? I did that. Present either the witness's photo or the Dusky Bridge map on this statement. Oh? Okay. I don't get why. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time.
Done what?
Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes?
Yes, and?
It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have, taking the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Ah. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car.
Ah!
I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car.
That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge. But the outcrop that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car.
No!
Order in the court! What is the meaning of all this? Ballyhoo! Ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Oh!
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Don't wink at me, Edgeworth. Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to forgive the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
What? That's not fair.
Save the tears for later, kitten.
Mr.
Armando, Don't look back until the trial is over. Now is the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember. Oh, also, this is got it. This is what it used to look like. You ready for this? Yeah. Keep the mask. What are you eating? Is it hummus in a wrap? I love it. Also, he calls everyone kitten. I don't like it. The other kitten's testimony. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Ah! Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Whoa, witness! Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain there were scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. How would she know that? It's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistake here. Is there a contradiction in that somehow? It's a douche canoe. I've never heard that before. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers. But even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is, when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally, I finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. No, I've never heard that. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The witness had seen the scratches was... She put the corpse in herself? Ooh. There's only one way the witness had the chance to see the scratches. Yes, what is that? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? Next, you're gonna tell me you've never heard someone call a twat waffle? A twat waffle? No, I've never heard that. That's my new favorite, though. A twat waffle. A douche canoe and a twat waffle. I love it. That's ridiculous. I could never. It was a man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been there, the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, you really gotta get out and live. I'm getting out and live. I used to live in my mom's basement, and now I live in a different country. I'm getting out. I'm living. I'm exploring. just not enough in terms of like terms, I guess. Twat waffle. Thank you for telling us about those scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we would have never uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Miss Falls that put the body in the trunk. No! Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. Gonna learn to say twat waffle in Spanish? Hey, Glenn. How would one say twat waffle in Spanish? I don't know how do I define that in coffee cups? If that were true, then how do you explain the photo she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. But the photo takes it by yourself. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain that any of that anymore, Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster. It's a timer function. Timer built in. Why? It's almost as if she had brought the camera just to take this picture.
Objection!
What are you trying to say, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed. Cole's never heard of some of my favorite insults. Do you have any more coffee cups? I want to hear more. They're good. Well, if she really did use a camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes. She was somehow somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Will the defense please explain further? Waffle de cono? What does coño? What does coño mean? I don't know. Twat. Waffle of the twat. What? Waffle? Waffle. Waffle de coño. Waffle. I just found out waffle in Spanish is even better. Waffle. Hi, I'll have one waffle. You say, the cheese has really slid off the cracker. I have never heard that. The cheese has really slid off the cracker? Like Putin. The cheese has really slid off the cracker. That is very new to me. Very, very new. I love that. Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Mr. Foster when the incident occurred? Miss Foster. Well, if the camera was here. Is it possible she staged the whole thing and she was dressed up as the victim? I think it was. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Lawthorne, was standing. This is just like the Eeny Meeny case all over again. Order! Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. Or dogs that are ugly and cute at the same time. You say they've been chasing parked cars? I love that! In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met with the victim. How asinine. Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Mamma mia. Let's remember that it was raining and foggy in the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in the front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal prison. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You were just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. It will? Oh, yeah, this. Oops. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing the scarf while he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No! Oh, okay, bye. We'll see you in the next realm. Did she faint? Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. The fading, right? At least in the new game, they ascend with the umbrellas. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night having thought of another one and be scrambling to put it in Discord. Please. Oh my god, please, coffee cups. I love them. Twat waffle. That's my new favorite. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as a victim. Yes. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective bodies. Trippy! How's it going, dude? Welcome back. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well. This court is in recess. Time to get some Timmies. To be continued. Is this an ultimate timeline? Yo, we're back in time, Drippy. Yeah, it's it's Edgeworth's first case. It's also Mia's first case. We have the Canadian judge, and it was revealed who God it is, and he's on our side. It's a new case. We just beat the last case. That must have been a lot to see for the first time. Yes, I would like to save my game. Thank you very much. Oh, and this is the person we're helping out. Yeah, also, every man in the courtroom is, in fact, a creep. Got it calls everyone a kitten. The judge wants to bite someone as if they're a donut. It's just a long story. Yeah, a wealth of insults, and I love them. All right, everyone, that's going to be it for stream today. I'm going to go quickly get something to eat. I hope you all had a fun time like I did. It's good to see baby Edgeworth. Baby Edgeworth. We will be back on Thursday with some Pokemons. And then on Saturday, we'll be playing some Paper Pirates and Jackbox. I hope you all have a terrific night. Thanks so much for being here, guys. Peace out. Bye-bye.